Hello everybody, how is everyone? Just been watching Boris talk. I don't know exactly what about, but there we go. Right, so all cut now, all ready to go. So, come on, Tony, Tim Tims, Nigel, how are we all? I need to set up another phone so I can have because I can have Facebook on this one, and I haven't got an older phone I could set up the Twitch on, so I do have all the information from one of my Twitch friends, Colin, on how to set it all up. I just haven't had time yet, and I'm not the most computer savvy, so I need to sit down carefully and work it. I've been painting fence panels today, which was loads of fun. Yeah. Hello, Lindsay. I use a Microsoft something. It's a Microsoft LifeCam HD 3000. If that means anything to you, because all I know is it was under 20 quid and it was from Argus. Yes, connected to a laptop. I can't really show you the setup because it's all very securely in place on a couple of zip ties up here. So my laptop's just over here. Hello, Alan. Keep these because these are the best when they're knackered. Thank you, Ashley. I listen to your words of wisdom. Not often, but you were being very wisdomy, so I did kind of listen. That's a word. Well, I thought I'd actually, Tony, I thought I'd actually show me tidying up. So people would actually believe I actually did something. I did a thing. Right, so I can actually, rather than procrastinate tonight, I can actually paint. Although all the best words start with P. So I've got my chair. So this is a normal swivel chair, which I've then put some polystyrene on to keep my arse warm in the winter. And then EWS very kindly gave us a body shell bag, and I kind of stuck it on top of that. So I kind of sit on EWS. So it's very close to me. Oh. And I always put my chair really close so my knees are right against the table, which makes me sit up properly. Oh, Morn, I'll be here for ages, don't worry. Oh. Need a sugar rush. If you were thinking of bribing me, yummy, yummy. Right, check for spiders. Hi, Study. Study's on YouTube. Nigel's eating them all. That's rude. The best ones, from my own personal opinion, are the white ones, or clear ones. Don't worry, I have like 10 bags of the stuff indoors. I buy them in a box of 10. The newsagents, I ask her especially to get them for me, and she just gets me a box. And then I have found them on Amazon, which is really useful. I should put a link to them in so that people can try them, because they're my favourites. Eastbourne, my local club track, actually brought them in so I could then eat them there from the tuck shop. Right, so I said no more talking. All the pinstripes being pulled. So first job is chrome and a drink. This is looking semi-professional. Semi, because I'm not actually a pro painter. Hello Joe, hello Paul, hello Lee. Don't worry Lee, I've not forgotten about your crash. I've got to do, anyone got any advice? I've got to paint a Formula 1, so a 1/10 crash helmet. I'm struggling for, yeah. I seem to hit a bit of brick wall with that one. I can't really figure out what to do. Oh, this will get me in trouble with the Facebook police for copyright. This song will, definitely. Sod it. Right. Although our YouTube has worried about copyright music in the background of videos. I know Facebook go absolutely nuts for it, but apparently Twitch you can do what you want, and they don't complain. There must be different licenses and stuff, I suppose. I better turn that down before they shit themselves. I'll get an email saying, you shouldn't be playing that. No. So, the world's most expensive chrome. So, Quicksilver. This camera's so much better for. That wasn't really coming up before. 4104 Quicksilver. Quicksilver chrome. Do yourself a bit of an exercise and just Google how much those are. And I use one of those a month. So just to say I'm not telling porkies, there's another one here. They're £44 a bottle for that. Get my knickers right in a twist having to buy those. Now, being a semi-professional painter, or sorry, pro painter, I leave my brushes with reducer in. So you can see that I'm wearing off the chrome on the inside, the chrome plating. So this is my newer brush. I bought this just before lockdown. So this is my Sparmax Max 3. This is the one that I'm considering selling in my own shop because I think they're actually. I had a firm that came to me and said, "Oh, would I stock these?" And I was like, "Of course I would, Will, but I need to try one first, and if I like it, I'll stock it. Because then anyone that comes in and goes, it's not working, I can figure out what needs to be done." And I haven't really taken it apart, other than it had a slight trigger jam a couple of nights ago. But I mean, it's a £55 brush, and I'm really digging it. Whereas this is my £160 brush, and these are like royalty. These ones. This is an Iwata, and these are these are the sort of market leader in my opinion. So all I do is I leave the reducer in there, and then I just use an old paintbrush and just wiggle it about a bit and try and get as much off as I can, so you don't so reducer doesn't get wasted too readily. It's a sort of salmon-y pinky colour. That's gross. Well, then I have my spit cup, it's not technically a spit cup. Hello Graham, how's that lovely iwata you bought? And this is a little tin of thinners I keep. With the, you can only really do this with the iwata. The other brushes, it melts all the internal washers and seals and things. Whereas the iwata is pretty. I think it's not. I don't think it's come 100% proof or safe, but it's pretty damn good. So I'm just giving this a bit of a once over. But thinners just absolutely melts anything, which is brilliant. Wiggle that about in there. That's all melted, absolutely everything now. Then take your needle out. Now you can, because obviously there's thinners in there at the moment, so it will clean the brush out a little bit. But when you put if you've got it when it's brand new or clean, there shouldn't. When that's pushed all the way in, it shouldn't grab when you put it back out. If you can feel it's got a slight bit of tension, what it is that's the paint in the needle grabbing as you try and wiggle it about in there a bit, and it'll should ease off with the thinners in there. This is a very lazy way of cleaning a brush, but you don't really need to go to take all this out and stick this in an ultrasonic cleaner. It's just, that's the business bit. That's the bit that is also important, because the paint dries on it when it's left lazily like I do. And then just give it a bit of a zhuzh and there you are, all nice and shiny. Well, as shiny as can be when it's... So this has done probably 500 paint jobs near enough now, and that's really lost its... trying to see if you can see the light, it can't... It's lost all of its chrome on the inside. But as brushes go, these are pretty much... Well, they're the one to have. Ow, still sharp. I just put the guard on, having stabbed myself. Try and pretend that didn't hurt. Haribo's slightly out of reach, so I can't get to it too easy. Otherwise, I'll just munch away from him. Right, so now... Another good way to test if anything's in there is to put your finger over the end and bog wash it. Obviously with the cap on, otherwise it would really hurt. And it just throws out all the crap that was in there. Then take your normal reducer. This is good for colour change as well. Hello, KO. international famous painter from Belgium. Right, so, and then that's why I keep that's an old 2 litre bottle cut down, and I pour the leftovers into there, and then I spray into a little box under my table. Right, so mask on. So that means these bad boys off. So now I'm going to sound like someone important in a supermarket or something. And I'm going to start talking and you won't even understand what I'm saying. Right. As I said, this master spec there, this is very, very thin, very thin. So this needs 3-4 coats of building it up really slowly. I mean, that's not reduced or anything, that's as it is. Now my chrome's running out, I haven't got much left. obviously you want to apply this really thinly so that it doesn't build up blobs. Because if you build it up too thick, it runs in streaks and it looks terrible in the pin. Hi Colin, how are we? That's one done. Number 2 done. Right, so that's the job I hate doing the most, because the liquid mask, the chrome, it's because it's so thin, it gets through my mask and it tastes rank. So I hate doing that bit. So, take this off. So, 3 coats of chrome, or as many coats as you need to get it so that it, because obviously you can have it thinner and it will look darker when you put the next coat, which is the black, behind it. You don't want to, but you want to build that up, slowly, because if it gets runs in it, it really does show up in the chrome. It looks bloody awful. You get these sort of run marks in it. It looks very satin at the moment because it's behind the overspray, but I promise you it's as close as you can get to rattle can, but in water based, I personally think, just straight from a bottle anyway, without any extra hassle. What does everyone else use for chrome? I had to have those Haribo just to get rid of the taste of the paint. I promise. John, if you can send me a link to the Alclad 2 you use, is it liquid mask friendly? Because some of these aren't particularly, they kind of melt it. Detail black. Has to be detail. Well, I only use detail now. I think this stuff's brilliant. Oh, Colin, I've got plenty of normal sort of silver. This is that while I've still got my chrome, I'm going to use it. But once it runs out, I can't replace it. So the firm I buy it from have told me they don't know when they're going to get some next, which is understandable in these times. Unprecedented, which we're hearing a lot for something that's unprecedented. Right, so I always try and multitask when I do colours. So I know, because I'm now doing the black of the pin stripe, so obviously I've got to back that. I'm also going to do the check pattern in the checkered flag, and I'm also going to take the first window frame point out. So I've got a little bit of cutting out to do, which is then times by 3. So I apologise. I love it when it comes out without any hassle though. Look at that. Well, it did slightly pick up my secondary pinstripe, so I can just put that back down again. That's what I like about liquid mask, is it's flexible enough to. I like using the firm. I'm quite sort of stubborn in the fact that I will use the same firm all the time, Colin. If that makes sense. I get slight terms on the paint from them. It's worth waiting for when it's so dear. I'm sure when I checked that link you sent me, that it was out of stock there, but I will double check again tomorrow when I'm on my work computer. Computers aren't necessarily my bestest friend. Well, they are. It's just my dyslexia kicks in. Why is that not peeling? There we are. So I'm being so delicate with a knife, it's not even cutting. Right. I shouldn't have to try 3 times to cut a bit of liquid mask. That's going in the bin. At the moment, Facebook's not talking much now, so Colin's on Twitch and he's talking to me on Twitch. So no, because I'm actually doing stuff that's vaguely interesting now, no one wants to. They want to watch. And the insults have stopped for a bit. So I also always try and letter which ones I'm going to be pulling out. There's nothing worse than missing a square or getting the wrong one out. I saw on one of the paint chat messages, somebody said that what they do is they stick a large bit of 2-inch tape inside out and then stick it down, and then they stick all their offcuts to it. But I've got quite a good routine now, and I just sort of I push the point in and then push with my finger, and the mask stays where I don't want it anymore, if that makes sense. Because you waste a lot of time doing this. This is where I find my tweezers are invaluable, because I've got quite a good routine with these now. I kind of like using I reckon I'd be absolutely lethal with a pair of chopsticks. Tempting it is to sort of wing it. It's not worth screwing it up. It's hard to put it back once it's peeled off. Yeah, also, Colin, if you think about it, if you've got your craft knife and you're trying to get underneath it scratches as well. I mean, look how easy this is. This is fairly straightforward, but these things are literally sharp as anything. Sharp. If I remember to cut a certain section. Let's have a little note there. Right, so that's one. Now, I like to do my black in my Sparnax. This will give the chrome a much deeper colour or depth. I can imagine the rest is going to be white on this bit. It kind of looks a little bit cartoony, which is what I'm after. I can't stand. Now, this is obviously a personal taste thing. I can't stand a checkered flag to look too regimented. I like it to be wavy, which is it's a personal thing to whoever's doing it. This is what I love about this hobby. It's so expressionable. Expressionable? You can do what you want. It's your own interpretation on what it's your art. No one else's. The problem is though, there's too many opinions. But the only opinion you've got to worry about is yours, because it's your. You'll either you finish it and you go, oh, I really don't like that, or I love it. And there's no middle ground. So, but you'll always get, oh, don't look right. Yeah, Colin on Twitch. Yeah, it is. It's 100% wavy, definitely. I've just missed out on the BMW. There's the front grille. So I should just do that. It's kind of why I left the gun with the chrome alone. So just in case there's odd bits to do. There's not 99% of the time you have in the gun, you have black and then white. That's why I like to have two guns. I still have the Tara, yeah. I don't really, there you go, it's here. I kind of left it alone for a little bit and I can't bring myself to take it apart and clean it. So in theory I've got 3 guns. Well actually I've got 4 guns because I've got this old school Bart sharp as well. So in theory I can set up multiple guns. With my Tara though, I admitted defeat and took the smallest nib out and went to the middle one because I was just finding that it was just too hit and miss. You'd get lovely thin lines, but it just wouldn't. It was so infuriating to get it to work right. But for the value for money, it's amazing. It's windy outside at the moment. Yesterday it was beautiful here. The weather was really nice, and then they kind of mentioned the releasing of lockdown, and the weather turns rubbish. It's like a big fuck you, isn't it, to the weather gods. I really do like these baby shells, but I'm really not a fan of this front dip section, which obviously makes the front end stronger. It's an absolute pain in the arse to cut around. Obviously I could have looked more pro painter and done all this bit beforehand, but I thought it'd be more beneficial to show everyone the pain of what each shell involves, especially when you're doing a batch of 3. This wouldn't have been as difficult. I would have done the drawing would have taken half the time, quarter of the time, a third of the time, if they'd all been the same shell. But because they were all unique, I had to draw them all. If they'd been the same, you could just draw one, have it as your master shell, and then just put the other one on top, and then just copy it back through. So draw one properly as your master, and then put the others on top of it, and then just trace it through. So it's a good way of doing multiple shells very quickly. But because all 3 of these are completely different models, you can't interchange them, which means you've got to draw all 3 separately. So it's a lot more time consuming, a lot more. Then the painting process isn't actually 3 times as long, because you're not changing the colours. So the colours are changing at the same time, but you're doing 3 shells out of it. So you actually it's actually quicker to paint 3 than it is to paint 1, in theory. I mean, if you were to do 1 shell, it takes you 4 hours. It doesn't take you 12 hours to do 3. It'll take 6 hours. Right, something like it's not very long to do extra shells once you've got it all cut and ready to go. All the painful bits done now. A bit like me talking. So I'm being careful here not to pull out the wrong section and rendering my extra pinstripe around the windows useless. So I'm trying to be careful. But I've been here when either the mask isn't thick enough or you've used rattle can and it's melted them all shut. So then you have to recut them all. That's fun. So the worst one is not getting your mask thick enough and thinking, oh, I can save a little bit of time by not doing that extra coat, and then it costs you 3 or 4 hours extra because you've got to then pick it off section by section. It's like so painful. So a quick check to make sure I've done it all right, which I think I have. I've nearly got that taste of the paint away now. It sits at the back of your. It's a really nasty. It hangs in your mouth. It's a really nasty taste. Well done. Oh, I didn't cut this section. Oh, really? Right, so that's all the black section done now on that one. I've just got to paint it down and I can move on to headlights and grills. Times 3. Oh, my back's starting to hurt. Hello, Abby. How is Aruba today? Hello, Richard. How's sunny Essex? Right, so in theory, doing 3 in a row like that should mean that number 1 is nearly workable again. So I can go on to that. Or was that number 1? I think this was number 2, but I just noticed I hadn't done the grill. So in theory I can leave those 2 over there and let them dry a bit more naturally rather than forcing them with a hairdryer, and I can move on to this one. Yeah, this is the one I started with. So this will look nice and wavy when it's the rest of it, as it's slowly starting to appear, the design. The weather yesterday here was lovely, wasn't it, Richard? I don't understand why today it's turned so bad. It's blustery now. I was painting fence panels earlier today, and I was just like, I'm going to get wet in a second. I'm going to get wet in a second. And it never did rain. Everything's so dry that the panel paint was just disappearing. Right, now I need to find my headlight masks. Which I think, in a very smart, clever move, I sellotape them up on the wall. Oh, what a dipshit. Oh, what a dipshit, I did both sets. Right, I have to make a mental note to cut some more because I'm running really low now. So I have a portrait. What's it called? A portrait silhouette. One of the first generation ones. It's basically a printer, but it's got a cutting blade on it. So I did three different, an oval, then a smaller oval, then a smaller oval, then a smaller oval. So I got 5 ovals in the same section. And that's what I use to make up my headlights. So I do, the only thing I miss on the Type S is the headlights. I enjoy painting the headlights on these. They do look smart. They've got this nice sweeping curve, and then you can put a nice flicky point on the corners. So you get this nice. They just look a bit more menacing than these sort of postbox size holes you get now on some of them. Saying that though, I'm going to do in a minute the old bitty, and that has nice big ones as well. So the one on the left always goes down easier than the one on the right, because the one on the left is the one I use to just, well, that looks all right, and now try and copy it on the other side. So each shell is slightly unique. So that's one side done. Now it's a bit more tricky because I've got to make this side match the side I've just done. Because I do it freehand, I match them per shell. So I'm just looking for points to get my ovals to look like. No, it's not right enough. That's better. Because I'm looking to get the same point from there to there on both sides, because that'll be the same measurement on both sides, and then the same from there to there, and then I kind of really kind of eyeball the rest. I'm just trying to get the same angle. And the Types allows itself for headlight dots, which are quite nice, whereas the other ones don't now because there's not really enough space. It does mean that each shell has a unique set of headlights, because you can't really, I haven't figured out, it took me ages to figure this out, but I can't figure out how you would cut all this, like pre-cut it. So you could like literally just dunk it in and then it's done, but it's got there's too many different curves and angles. Right, I have finished my packet of jelly men, sorry. So an hour, that's not too bad. Always leave my favourite to last. That's useful. Pick it up by the point that's wet. Nice one. I'm sitting at a really funny angle because my back's really starting to give me some jip. A fine specimen of a man I am. When I was younger, I mean like much younger, I'm born with a thing called hypermobility. So it means there's no my joints move more than they should. But then, ironically, it does the absolute opposite. It makes everything else really tight. So my hips and my knees are knackered now, and so I look like a thunderbird walking with broken strings. And I had the old Forrest Gump boots before they were fashionable and cool, as in like when I was like 6. So I had to go to physio once a week when I was at school. And I'd kind of got myself, well, my parents had kind of got me all right. And then I started go-karting. That was good. So I go-karted from the age of 11 until I was 27. And when I was about 20, if anyone knows Butmore Park, which is a local track to me, a karting track, it's in the southeast, quite a famous one for karting. Going into the first corner, which was flat out, and it was an open test meeting, and I was actually trying a kart before I joined a team of some description, and I turned in just as somebody went underneath me, and they had no rear bumper on. So as I turned in, my front wheel caught their rear wheel, and I went straight over, and that knocked the out of me. I broke my collarbone, punctured my lung, fractured 4 ribs, and broke my shoulder. And so I'm even more limpy than probably I should be, but I wouldn't change it. I'll do it again. It just meant when I karted after that, going down the hill at Butmore Park, I had to hold my breath because my ribs just kept. Because when they did I was in hospital for a week with a chest strain, and they sort of. If you ever had the misfortune of having a chest strain, it's not the most pleasant of things because all I remember was being given some very, very interesting drugs, and then felt like I was being pushed about and looked down and someone was sticking a hose pipe into my side, and then walked around with a bottle attached in a bucket for, well, I didn't walk for a good few days. Because every time something about, they pump the lung up by, every time you breathe, the pipe does something to the pressure and it reinflates the lung. But obviously then they don't really do any. So basically, it was like an injury in itself, the pipe for the chest drain.
That went so quick. Thank you so much for
So it just hurt when I used to go down corners, fast corners. Because obviously go-karts, it's all in your ribs.
My favourite tunes from around that area that were released in that era, or
Put on something else because this bloke talks a lot.
those times.
Oh, that's good. It's the end of the set. Nice one. And so is that one?
I'm looking at all the
Yes, you are.
question. Shoot at me.
Right, so this is a Pete Tong set. Sorry, Pete Tong laughs after every sentence, doesn't he? He goes, hoo-ha! Drives me nuts. If you ever listen to him, and what he can, as soon as you hear this little thing he does, he makes himself laugh when he talks, and I find it very infuriating. It's not even funny, so I don't understand why he makes himself laugh. So anyway, I was talking about me, wasn't I? Yeah, so I hurt myself go-karting quite impressively. But I wouldn't change it. I don't know how I got onto the subject to me. I know it's a great subject and everything, but I go off on these weird tangents. I do apologise. Oh, that's what I was going on. Yeah, so eventually, all these little niggles I've got, it's made my back less happy, I think it's the word. So that was a very elongated way of saying I've got backache. But one of my favourite subjects, as in me. I did actually get quite good at go-karting. That's the frustrating thing about it. I've done the Le Mans 24 hours. On the proper track before it got knocked down, and because they changed the proper they changed the adult track, and they put it right through where the go-kart track was. Yes, Christopher, I use a 1mm nib. I put a 1mm nib in specially for liquid mask. I mean, I wouldn't want to go smaller than that. You just be careful with it'll come out quite quickly. So don't be too crazy on if it's like mine, you can adjust on there. You can adjust the needle. So I don't have mine set particularly far, so that I can't absolutely fill it, and it only takes 2 coats with the 1mm. It's just trying to figure out how much to put on per coat. With a slightly smaller needle, you need to more coats really. Yeah, so I've done a Le Mans 24 hours in go-karts, and what did I do? I did 4 24-hour races over a couple of years going to Dubai, which was really fun. The first one I had to pay for, and then all after that was sponsored because I got noticed, which was very nice. So went and I had the misfortune. Well, I say misfortune. I flew to Dubai 2 days after September the 11th happened, and I always remember it because I had the air hostess was like, "Do you really need your crash helmet as hand luggage?" And I was like, Yes, I do. She couldn't work out if I was being a hypochondriac or and I was like, well, I don't want it getting dropped, so I always took my crash helmet as hand luggage. And I'm not a very good flyer anyway, so I would have put it on. Trust me, I would have put my crash helmet on if I could have done. Would have felt happier. And also when we flew to obviously on September the 11th had happened, so everything was a little bit sketchy, and the track was built in the American University car park, so that was even more entertaining. Yeah, it was a very odd weekend. And then I spent another year, and my team manager knew I didn't like flying. So when we got to Heathrow to take off, I was like, "Why are we going to Spain?" Oh yeah, we just got to get a connecting flight. It's fine. So we took off from the UK and went to Spain, and that was actually all right because it was when the ones where it's got 4 seats in the mid or 6 seats in the middle, and then 4 either side. So it was a big boy plane. That didn't feel like I was on a plane. That felt quite good. It's when we got to Spain, my team manager was called Barry. I went, Barry, why are we going to Kuwait? Because that's not Dubai. So then we flew from Spain to Kuwait, stayed on the run, and this was only a 4-seater wide plane, and then stayed on the plane while they took people off and their luggage and put other people on. So that was fun. And then took off from there and went to Dubai. Obviously, I was a bag of nerves by the time we landed. Like 3 takeoffs and landings in the same day, and I used to avoid flying as much as possible. So that was a fun journey. I was actually quite passable in the go-kart. Sorry, not passable, this is the wrong word. I was half decent in the go-kart. Passable would mean I was crap, because I just got overtaken. Because I weighed absolutely nothing when I go-karted. I was like, I'm a bit of a fat boy now, but I was like 7 stone wet when I was 21. One of the sheikhs had put a team of he owned one of the big sheikhs owned some horses, and so he put a load of his jockeys in a race team, and they made me look fat. There was nothing of these blokes or boys, probably the right word. And they'd got onto the main straight, and they would literally duck. It's the oddest thing you've seen. They'd duck down in the seat and completely disappear, apart from just this little head sticking out, which gave them incredible straight line speed, and you just couldn't keep up with them. But then when you got to a corner, you realised they were jockeys and not carters, because they just couldn't get around the corners. And they got tired very quickly, because it's a different school of energy, of muscles, isn't it, for karting than horse riding. Yeah, so I miss my karting days. I don't miss the backache. Well, I've got that anyway, but one left. Running really low on masks now. I really need to put my finger out and cut some more. No, it doesn't look right. Once I get this one set, all the other ones are interlinked, so it kind of, especially on this BMW, they look kind of cool like this. Christopher, if you're still there, the 1mm doesn't come standard. The nib, you've got to buy it as a separate item, which they do sell. That's what I did. I kind of bought my gun, and then I've got 2 of the rubies. I think they're brilliant. And I had one with liquid masking and one with white. But it's a bit tricky to get the because obviously it dumps the paint out really fast. It's a bit of a skill to figure out how much paint to use. So for weight purposes, the shell becomes quite chunky monkey. Right, and I'm going to do detail now. I do detail. I always put a white bit of paper down so I can kind of see how the paint's going on. So I've just got a message. I won't be 2 seconds. Right, I'm back. Have you tried the Schumacher? Obviously, you tried Schumacher. You are in the UK, aren't you? I don't know where else to suggest. I don't know who else imports to Hobby Knox. Right, so we're going to do some detail now. So I'm going to turn the PSI right down. I don't know what to. We'll see what works, because I don't really know. Cap off. So you take the protector off. Try not to stab yourself. Not really. If you've got what litre tank have you got? Well, all I'm doing, Christopher, is just passing on heads up that I've kind of gone through the whole process. I started off with when I first started painting, I had a foot pump, a go-kart tyre, and a valve that allowed you to use an airbrush off a kart tyre. And so you pump the tyre up, and you'd get probably about a minute or two's worth of good PSI, and then you have to pump the tyre up. But the tyre was taking 5 minutes to pump up, so every 2 minutes you could use. So I was knackered by the time it's a good way of losing weight. You're just like, and it means you're very careful about your PSI because you don't want to waste it. I then moved from that to one of them little nail bar compressor things that, like almost run constantly and are hotter than the surface of the sun if you use them for more than like 20 minutes. And then moved up to my big boy one that I've got now, which is a 9-litre tank. And I've had that ever since. So 9 litres is fine. Because you got to remember, you probably don't, if you've got a 1 mil tip, you probably don't need to do more than sort of, I'd say 30 PSI. That's a guess because my PSI thing my regulator doesn't work. But you don't have to dump your tank with just because you're using a big ass needle. Just work and see what PSI you can get away with. You might surprise yourself, and you might be able to. I know one of my other friends who I've been helping out, Abby from Aruba, and he had a big boy tank, and he was running his PSI at way too high, so he was dumping his tank anyway. I was like, no, just turn the PSI down a bit and try it. And apparently that saved him buying a new compressor, which was kind of nice. So it's a little bit of trial. You don't necessarily need a lot of PSI when you've got a big boy gun. Just have a play and see what works. Homemade tank sounds cool though. What did you make it out of? If you think about it, it's just a compressor. You could pressure anything up, really, couldn't you, within reason? Obviously, don't try doing anything. There is a science to it. I've always wanted to try and make my own compressor. I think that'd be pretty cool. I mean, I'm sure there's something on YouTube to show you how to make one. Yeah, because I use the I don't actually know if this is a high. This isn't an unboxing, by the way. I've actually been using this, and I'm not trying to sell these because I have no affiliation to anyone like this. I just bought these because I think they're useful. High volume, low pressure. Obviously, when you get these, you don't need these manuals. You just have to figure it out and then go to the manual when you get stuck. I like to support where I can, and Schumacher have been very nice, good to me. So, but they get these quite cool. They come with their own. You get a big boy brush, which I never use because it's too big. Oh no, that's a lie. I have one. I used my other one here, so I have used it. There's a filter that you get with them. Obviously, the filter's in the bag and not in the gun, because that clogs up within 2 minutes, and it makes the gun completely useless. So don't put that little filter between the cup and the main body of the gun in. I know one of the other painters on the paint group. There's a very good paint group that you should join if anyone hasn't already, which is the Paint Chat. It's an American site, and I think it's got a proper name. What's it called? RC Paint Chat. Right, it's got 2,800 members, right? And you get this header thing at the top, and then all the information below, and everyone posts up their stuff from all around the world. This is why I've got painters, people watching me from some very obscure places, and I've made the header twice on that site because it's run by an American dude, and twice I've had the honour of being the header of the page. I mean, it's taken me like 200 shells to be able to get to the header, but I've now managed to do it twice. But he said to me that he classes me kind of as a pro now, and I've got to do like very good work with the teeth in to be able to get back as the header again. I'm like, oh. He wants to try and give other people, which is understandable, other people will go. But if you can find that RC Paint Chat, that's got some interesting stuff, and I've learned a lot from that page. That page has learnt me an awful lot, actually. A lot of it's my own ramblings, I admit, but they do help me out a lot. There's some really, really good painters on there. Right, so I've got the PSI about right. I always try and write on the back of my hand. The one it tickles, I don't know why. And two, I find it really hard to write on the back of my hand. It's much easier to hold it right and then just practice on a bit of paper. Whereas I find this actually challenges you slightly and gets you a little bit better with your gun. Try it. Obviously put some gloves on. But just see if you can. When I first did it, I was like, oh my God. I got the same handwriting as my 5-year-old. And now it's kind of readable. There was one there from the other night. I've been recycling gloves. But try writing on your back of your hand. Is there a Basil challenge? Write on the back of your hand and then send me a picture of it and see if you can get it to... So send me the pictures of you writing Basil on the back of your hand and see how easy it is. That'd be quite interesting to see. So the Basil backhand challenge. There you go. There's a phrase. Easy for some to say, not me. So the Basil backhand challenge. Cool. You'll learn a lot just from that group, Chris. It's always nice when the gun's running right. Now, that's the first one, and that normally, because what I do is I make sure I always do the chrome first, then the windows, and I always set the gun up for my to do my headlights when I'm doing my windows, so it kind of runs it in, gives it a nice run. And now that's working really nicely. If that makes sense. Because it was normally I was getting to the headlights are quite important, and when your headlights are quite important, and so when you get to do them, you literally do your headlight, and then you finish them, and you think, oh God, the gun's running really nice now. So I try and preempt that by running it for a bit, doing the window frames and the pinstripe and whatnot. So when I come to do the headlights, it's running nice. Yes, I take the nozzle off the front of the brush. You get a much sharper line. Try it, but obviously don't blame me if you drop your gun or anything like that. You'll get it if you run the guard on. You just get it's a slightly sharp. The top one's a sharper one, and that's without the guard on. Here's the thing. Trust me. I was told that by a proper painter. Sorry, we'll be back in a second. I have a little Basil messenger page, and ever so often Nigel gets confused and messages on that, and everyone that's on it, which is like 20 people, will get a picture of what Nigel's shouldn't be sending. So it's a help the aged thing. If you've got paint building up in the nozzle that you've got your mixture wrong. And don't ask me which way, but you've either got to give it more PSI or less thumb action. You're probably getting dry tip, and then it's just building up, and then nothing comes out. So it's a little bit of trial and error. But personally, what I would do is I'd whack the PSI up a little bit. That's what you've got to just figure that out, unfortunately. Well, that's running lovely. Right, so now I've got to then pick out all these. I know I've been talking a lot, I do apologise. Another reason we need good tweezers. My backache's starting to ease now, which is nice. One thing I do suffer with, because I run the brush neat, the paint neat, as in this detail, I get dry tip, which is a thing, where the paint's drying on the tip. It then clogs up it makes mucks up your point. So who was expecting or hoping that Boris was going to send us all back to work? Let's get slightly political. Actually, there's not that many people watching, so probably not going to have much of an opinion. I don't really understand how. It'll probably come out in the wash a bit more tomorrow, but I have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. I have a 5-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. And as of the 1st of June, my 5-year-old boy will be expected to go back to school, but my 8-year-old daughter isn't, and I don't understand why. Because they're allowing the first 2 years of primary school.
What's up, people? It is Monkey here, and it's time for another episode of Defected
and not my daughter's year.
I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's been tuning in to our virtual festival so far. The reaction.
Sorry, this is the food that's going to change.
A lot of money for the COVID-19 Solidarity Fund. So big up.
Yeah, look at this at the shelf. I'm going to crank this up a little bit. I'm just going to have a walk around for a second as well, get my back moving a bit. Oh dear, I can tell I've done some manual labour. Things don't bend. So Nathan, with your GCSEs, have you been given predictive? Because GCSEs is done, there's coursework, isn't it? And then you get your exams. Or have they just said, right, you can go on to big school now? Sorry, second. You go on to college with your predictive score. I don't understand why they have to try and they can't just sort of just pause everything and just say, right, if you're a certain age, you've got 6 months extra at school or something, and just add it on to the end, and then just allow a little bit of a bump up for that. I mean, like my shop's shut. We're not. I call it paused. I don't understand this need for when are we opening? What's this going? What blah blah blah? They're just trying to catch people out by asking for dates. They're trying to politicise this misfortune we're all in. Because when you have someone close to you die, all of this perspective changes massively. You see people moaning about not getting their refund from holiday firms, and then you find out that you would have got a refund anyway, you just being a gobby what's it. If you'd done nothing, you would have still got your money back. If anything, these firms are doing better deals, so you can. I mean, I don't see anyone being able to fly for a very long time. Not as the great unwashed. Like, I don't see how Formula One's going to work, because that has too many people to fly. And how can you put an F1 team? You know all the stuff that F1 teams need. How on earth do you move that around the world? Do you have to quarantine it between countries? So if you send an F1 car to a race in, say, Japan, is it going to sit in quarantine for bloody a couple of days? And then a couple of days to go somewhere else, and then it goes all around, zigzags around the world like it does. But if you add all these little extra days and here and there, all of a sudden your season becomes longer than a season. I understand why football's pushing for a return, because you've got all these footballers sitting on absolute fortunes, and because no one's really had this happen before, they've all got to pay them. Well, granted, they're paid what they're owed, but they should feel a little bit embarrassed about the amount of money they're getting for doing absolutely nothing. No, I can't either. I can't see football. I can see golf coming back, because obviously golf's not really a sport. No, it is a sport. It is a sport. I love playing golf. I'm not actually that bad at it, which is very odd. When I was supposed to be doing my GCSEs, I learnt to play golf. That was the best thing about my GCSEs. I learnt to play golf. But that golf can be done, because as long as the caddy is a decent distance away, or you could caddy yourself, really. You could play golf quite. You could bring back the proper tours, but the people have still got to get there. So unless you give everyone like a decent amount of time to get there, go through quarantine, then play the match. You've then got I think in theory you've got to, like these the proper massive courses have got like 2 or 3 courses. You could have to do a tournament that's only at one, so all the people are there, and you just run it around different courses in the complex. I can't see F1 returning for donkeys. Maybe at least a year. At least this year. I think this year's just wiped. Might as well not bother. This is just my views. I mean, sadly, I think the touring cars might suffer for this year as well. And that's what I I've kind of given up with Formula One, which is very sad to say. I followed Formula One from Gerhard Berger and John Alesi and Ayrton Senna, and so I'm 41 now, so I've watched Formula One. I've watched the best of Formula One, and I don't think now is particularly good Formula One. They can't overtake each other. They can't physically stay on the track close enough to overtake. I mean, Colin, my daughter is named after my favourite driver, so she's called Sienna. Obviously, I couldn't call her Ayrton. And then my son's named after my favourite car, so he's called Cooper. As in Mini. So, I personally know the touring car driver Jake Hill. I thought, sod it, I'm actually going to start following touring, actually follow a driver for once, and follow, because I normally in Formula One I don't follow a driver, I follow a team, so I follow Ferrari. So I've always struggled when drivers I dislike join the team, because I've got to start liking them. It's like with football, you follow the team, you don't follow the players. So the players come and go, but the team's still the team. So I'm a Ferrari fan. Always have been. Like John Alesi. I remember Gerhard Berger crashing at, oh God, what track was it when he crashed and he caught fire? I cried. And then I cried again when Alesi won his only race in Canada. I remember when Schumacher joined Ferrari, and I was really upset. I am a huge fan of Robert Kubica. Not the Robert Kubica now. I think he would make a very good film. I've actually got a friend of mine who's the wheelman for Williams. So he was Massa's front right wheelman, and then he became Kubica's front wheelman, and I got him to get me a signed. I have got it at work at the moment. I've not framed it yet. I have a Kubica from last year. I have Kubica's signed T-shirt, sort of team T-shirt from Japan, and I know it's 100% true because he sent me a picture of it, and also he's got me, you know, the little sticker they put inside the car with the numbers for each corner. So when they do their radio, they can say what corner and stuff like that. So each where they move it, they stick a track sticker on each tub. Well, I've got the sticker from the tub that he wrote off in Japan. So that's going in the frame as well. So I am a bit of a Kubica fan. But I've been a Ferrari fan for, well, I was a Ferrari fan before I realised what Ferrari was. I can't defend Ferrari. But I used to like Ferrari because they weren't very good. And then I was quite a big fan of Minardi because they particularly weren't very good. I would like to see Ricciardo in a Scarlet Ferrari because obviously I know he's Australian, but he has Italian roots, doesn't he? So I think that would be pretty cool. I mean, not that he has to be Italian to drive for Ferrari, because obviously none of the drivers currently are. In fact, it's been a while since there's been a decent Italian in a Ferrari. Fisichella did a couple of runs, didn't he? And Luca Badoa, he did a couple of races. So yeah, it's and I've been to Monza to watch Ferraris. So I sat at I had the first chicane at Monza of the old. So at the moment, you come into the first chicane and you turn right. Well, the year I went, you turned left. So there was a zigzag, and it was the year that, if you remember, Hakkinen spun out, climbed out the car, jumped over the barrier, and started crying. I was at that corner. And it was like a fucking World Cup goal had gone in. The place absolutely went nuts. I thought I was going to get stabbed. Obviously, I was in a Ferrari top, so I was safe. So I've actually been a bit of a Hakkinen, giving him a bit of hoodoo, really, because I went to Spain to watch Schumacher. And the year I went to Spain, Hakkinen led every lap of the race. Apart in that, but I literally come round with, like, I don't know, 3 laps to go, and I stood up. I went, blue smoke, like a right twat, and everyone just looked at me like, what? And then he come round again the next lap round, and his gearbox nearly had blown up, and Schumacher won the race with like a lap to go. So it was a really crap race to watch, but a really wicked result. And I've been to Monaco. I've been to the Monaco Grand Prix. The year Schumacher stuck it on pole in a Ferrari, and it was like, I don't know, 38 degrees in the shade. And then I got there on the Sunday morning, and it was under a foot of water. And I got soaked, absolutely soaked. And Schumacher won the race by a lap. And I was at Parabolica. No, Parabolica is a Monza. I was at the first corner of Monaco, and I was about 3 stories up, and all I could see was probably 5 seconds of car. Well, that was quite cool. So I have been to a fair few. I've been to Silverstone. I've been to Silverstone race once, and then all I do now is, if I do go up, is I go up on the Friday and watch free practice, because it's way cheaper to go to free practice, and you can go all the way around the track, sit in all the grandstands. Whereas you need a small mortgage if you go on race day. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there. So I would like to see Ricciardo in a Ferrari. I hope that's the grand scheme of things. He's sort of gone from Red Bull over. I don't think Sebastian's got much longer in a Ferrari. But at the moment, no one's got any time in the car, so it's a little bit hit and miss, isn't it? So as I said, I don't see top level motorsport for a very long time, and then I think that this sim racing could seriously. I'm a bit envious of all these sim racers. I'd really quite like to have a go. But I live 20 minutes from Brands Hatch. So if I did get a sim, that I would just be driving Brands Hatch constantly. I used to work there as a kid. That was my summer job for, I think, 2 summers when I was going through college. And I used to sit on the grandstand loop, marshalling and just watching paid customers crash their cars. Very envious. I wish I could have had a go. It all depends, because you see, like, the Williams has got the McLaren engine, the Mercedes engine, and they're absolute. I won't swear. So I don't know. I haven't really made my mind up about Lando. as a personality, he's got it. I just don't know. He comes from a very, what's this going to sound? It comes from a very privileged background, from what I've been told. So he's not short of a couple of quid. I know that it really doesn't make any difference at all, but yeah, I feel sorry for Williams. I think I've gone past the point of really caring with Williams. They've gone down the slope of paid drivers that they've stopped relying on prize money, and they just now can't get themselves out of a hole. And it's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be a change of leadership to bring it back up again. Well, I haven't put me. I'll do that again. Wait a minute. So I can't see that team moving forwards until it has a bit of a culture shock. I haven't watched that Drive to Survive. I've kind of like the old gag reflex kicks in. As I said, I've kind of fallen out of love of Formula One as a sport. It's quite good as like a soap opera, but come race day, it's absolutely shit. Once they got through the first corner, you kind of know who's going to go where, and the days of hoping that someone from the back who's qualified, I don't know, a second and a half off the leader, is suddenly going to put in a race-winning performance are absolutely null and void now. So I really don't know. But then I watched the British touring cars, and I find it quite farcical that they then allow this reverse grid. So I do contradict myself, and if you know me well, I do anyway. And there's a lot of fat lads in going touring cars. There's no real races, as I call it. Touring cars, they all seem to skip touring cars and go off and do they used to go do F3, didn't they? It was interesting to watch how bad Mark Blundell did the touring cars. I don't understand why he went into a team with a front-wheel drive car, having spent his entire career in rear-wheel. That one befuzzled me, because he just didn't look very good in it at all. He didn't do himself any favours. And the best thing he did was not come back. Although he's come back as a team boss. I don't know what F1's got to do something, because it can't. It goes through stages, doesn't it? I mean, obviously, if you've got the right car, it doesn't really matter. You look at Brawn; they just got the regs right and they walked it. I remember. Did you remember when Mansell went to touring cars, and he went to Donington, and he went through he went under the bridge and absolutely destroyed the touring car? Well, I was at that corner, watched him coming down to the old hairpin, and then he absolutely destroyed that car. Very entertaining. It'll be interesting to see what happens with these plug and play cars. You know, these ones that are suddenly going to have a whole grid of supply cars. I mean, if you're in your right, if you were building cars to give to another team, you're not going to give them the. It's like, this is why I don't understand Mercedes giving their engines to other teams. They're not going to give them the same horsepower. Not completely. It's like they always get the same. They always get the same engine, but it might take 6 months until it turns up. I just find that they should be like the touring cars, where they have a spec motor and that's it. I mean, Formula One is so. These are just my opinions, by the way. I know that there are probably better ones, but yeah, that Mondeo was absolute toast after that. That was just absolutely broke that into a million pieces. It was very fun. Some of the best races I've been to are watching the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch. That's where Formula One could learn something, because they got no wings. So it's not aero dependent. It is, isn't it? It's a sad. Oh, I don't know. I never defend Formula One. If someone goes, "Oh, Formula One's shit," I go, "Okay, fair enough." I can't defend it. Not to other people. It doesn't. They don't like Formula One. They don't like Formula One, and you can't argue with them. And I don't argue with them. But I'm slowly becoming a little bit disillusioned with it. Well, I have done. I do have a Sky subscription to watch this, but that's to watch the football as well. But I don't really want to see like reverse grids in Formula One. I do think there is a need for success ballast, because it would be more entertaining if someone other than Lewis was to qualify on pole. So it's not a sport, is it? It's the height of engineering technology. Basically, who's got the biggest wallet? To showcase, isn't it? It's an advert for the teams, but they need people to watch. And if it's as dull as it fucking is at the moment, why would you want to watch it? You're not going to watch it because it used to be good. I mean, that's just stupid. It has the capability of dying up its own backside if it's not careful. And you look at Bernie Ecclestone, he must be laughing to the bank because he sold the F1 rights for billions of pounds. He didn't really own anything, did he? He just had a couple of contracts. And now the people that have got it have absolutely bankrupted themselves. Yeah, I do. As I said, Nathan, it gets the old gag reflex in. I don't really want to see the insides of. Well, I agree. Was it Anthony? I think the Formula One needs a spec motor like touring cars, And I would like to see a bigger variation between tyre compounds. So you've got a soft tyre and a hard tyre, and there's literally like a second performance between the two. And you have to do half the race on the fast tyre and half the race on the slow tyre. That would be more interesting, because then that brings strategy into it. Not these tyre compounds where they're always a tenth slower. The only overtaking you get now is in the fucking pits, and that's just boring. Sorry, I've gone down a right rabbit hole here. Hang on, you're not supposed to agree with me, you're supposed to like start arguing with me. I'm never right. I'm told that enough indoors. I think, what's the point of having these, well, this weekend we're going to go on the soft and the super soft, and there's 0.2 difference per lap. I was like, well, what's the fucking point? Make it so you can fucking see the car moving about a bit. Made me mad. It's making this go quick though, because I'm sort of going off on a rant now, so I'm not actually concentrating on the... I am concentrating, but I'm talking at the same time. Well, Ian, they treat F1 like it's a sprint race, isn't it? But they kind of all treat it like an endurance. And it's like, no, it's as fast as you can for 70 odd laps. And they're all like, oh, it's tyre management, oh, it's fuel. And they don't fill the cars up long enough to get around the track. So they're like, oh, we need a tyre saving and fuel saving and all this other bullshit. No, just go as fast as you can, for as long as you can. Colin, it was hard for everybody when they had like super soft, 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 hard, super soft, hard, something, something. That's a different colour. That one, that one, that one, that one. Now it's soft, medium, hard. So I'm having three different arguments on, well, two different arguments. We've got Facebook and Twitch. Eventually, I would like everyone to move over to Twitch, because I'm going to get a better webcam next week. So hopefully the definition will be better. And I won't get into trouble with music, which is the main reason for moving over. But I know Facebook has got my biggest draw of supporters. I was going to say fans then for a second. Because Facebook, I've got like 800 odd likes. But if I can turn that into Twitch followers, that'd be quite interesting. Yeah, well, they say the top of motorsport, and the argument then is that there's such disparity between the good teams. It's like someone said the other day, it's like, oh, the lower teams are folding. And I put a comment that I deliberately did to try and wind people up. And I went, well, no one really cares if the top three teams are all right, because that's where the results come from. If you look back, I was having this argument with somebody online. When was the last time a car... I don't care if you Google or not, it's fine. When was a driver that won a race from outside of the big three teams? There you are, have a little go at that. So there's a question for you. Oh, I could do like Basil quizzes, couldn't I? So you've got to promise me you don't use Google. So who was the last F1 driver to win a race that wasn't in a Ferrari, a Mercedes, or a Red Bull? And then when you get that, does anyone have a clue? No, Alpha hasn't been going long enough to. We're talking like more years than you kind of like to. All right, Anthony, what race was it? And what year? When you put these stats down, it's very hard to defend Formula One for the last 10 years when you see this. I'm putting you off slightly there by giving a weird number. So the last pole position was a Williams. This is me, I think. I don't know if this is a... I don't know if this is completely true. I'm sure it was Hulkenberg in a Williams at Brazil when it was wet, dry, is it slicks, is it not? And that's the only way a Williams has made a pole. And the last time a car outside of the top three made a pole, made a win, was 7 years. Can you imagine football with like saying, oh yeah, for 7 years on the bounce, only the top three teams can win it? You wouldn't watch that, would you? Right, I'm using a grill that's a little bit... Yeah, we look where they are now, though. I reckon you Googled that, Colin. I was just seeing if I could put people off by saying the wrong team and name. Obviously. You see here, I've got a little bit of overspray or underspray, whatever you want to call it, from where the mask was lifted up slightly. Because I've been so mad talking, I wasn't really concentrating. And the mask is a bit old. So now, hopefully, if I do a little bit of fluffing, I can just dust off the bits that is built up. I don't know, I just think if you put it into true stats and think, oh well, when was the last time a non-works top three team has won anything in F1? You don't need the rest of the grid there.
Phone call from the Queen with 100 heads.
It's quite sad, really, when you think about it. Or could you imagine touring cars? Only three teams being able to win every race. You'd stop watching it.
There was a man who had a little too much time on his hands and never stopped to think he was getting older. When his night came to an end, tried to grasp for his last friend and pretend that he could wish himself health on a 4-leaf clover.
We've got way too many people agreeing with me tonight. This is really odd. Either I'm on a rich vein of thorn, or I don't know, it's very odd. I do like these grills. They do look smart on these types. You know, Ian, in RC racing, they've kind of realised that, and they've given us A, B, C, and Ds. Now, I can't see Formula One having an A, B, and C grid. We're all quite aware that we haven't got the same thumb ability as the top boys, but yet we still all race against each other and we all have fun. Formula One doesn't have that structure though. Was it 2012 the last year then? 2012 the most varied race winning teams in the last decade. 5 teams, 8 drivers took podiums. Now it's more important as to what car you're in rather than anything else. Now, Tim, you're the second person to say Kimmy. Well done. It was Abu Dhabi, wasn't it? Shut up! I know what I'm doing. Sorry, I don't know why he sounded Russian then. No, I won't try and do the accent. I could do that. It's got some legs though, isn't it? I could do a little a quiz for you all, so you could have a Basil's F1 quiz. I'll give you all plenty of warning, and I'll try and sort out some questions. You have to promise me you don't Google. As I've been told this, I'm quite pedantic. I'll come up with some really weird questions. Oh, I didn't show you. Nope, we have one. YouTube gets to it because I watch YouTube through my Sky TV. It kind of shits itself after a certain amount of time. I don't know why. You know, it freezes, and I have to come out of it and go back in again. It's a bit like turning it on and off again. It just it just annoys me no end. It's not a heat thing either, because it doesn't actually get hot. There we go. Right, sorry, I can go back now. Ian, what do they do at Le Mans there that you reckon would work in Formula One? Right, right, John. In what respect? For water-based paints, I would say depends what you get used to. I mean, it's not really a black and white answer to that. I have no allegiance to either, well, to anyone really. I buy Hobbynox because it reminds me very much of Flash Colour, which I can't seem to get anymore. But then when I do the detail stuff, I use the detail Ceratex. Ceratex do a detail black. So if you can Google 0051 detail black, that's the Ceratex. That's really, really, really good. I really like that. It's the best. It's amazing. Great family. But then the Hobbynox is really good. Well, you have to thin the white down. But if you're a UK resident, look on the Schumacher site. They've got the Hobbynox brand. That works well. It's reasonably cheap. Ceratex comes from, the importer's Irish, so it takes a bit longer to get it, and I don't really know what the situation will be at the moment from there with these new rules and regulations coming in. You wonder what life's going to be like for the next couple of months. It's going to be quite tricky getting bits and bobs. I haven't tried the Basil Joe. I need to try them. How are you finding them? It is a case of trial and error. You might like one, or you might like. I haven't tried the Pro. Do you like the Proline stuff then, Nathan? I haven't actually tried it. I mean, because if you learn with the Ceratex, all of a sudden the Hobbynox seems quite thick, whereas on the other way around, I think the Ceratex is quite thin. So I learnt with Ceratex with Hobbynox and formerly Flash Colour. So you get used to certain things. Right, who's Bubba Gump on Twitch. Proper names now, is it? On Facebook, everyone's got their proper names. On Twitch, everyone's got their alter egos. Ah, right. Hello. So, what is the picture better, or is the sound better, or what? The content's just as rubbish, whichever one you're on. But you might be able to see it clearer. Once I get the high def webcam, then it'll be HD as well. Yeah, people have said the sound is better on Twitch. The picture's better and the music's better. Wicked. Taste is rubbish, but the sound's better. That's good. Way, Ian, you're the 100th message. That's pretty cool milestone. There you get a high five something. Yeah, I think I'm up to 19 now. So I would like to get to these magical numbers of what they. I had the other night. I think I had 2 point something viewers per stream, and I need 3. So it's kind of creeping up, but these numbers reset every month. So they're quite clever. They give you a certain amount of time to try and hit these magical numbers, and then they reset again. But it does seem to snowball, doesn't it? Once you get to a certain number, it should kind of jump. But I did have a quick look through Twitch this afternoon, and I'd have so many more subscribers if I had a pair of boobs. I was like, wow. They know exactly what they're doing. There's a milk fest. I'll have a look after, because I get an instant message saying, giving me my stats, which they're obviously their stats are a bit different to the ones I've been seeing on Facebook. I do like the way it's got these like different hexes, because I put them at different angles so they look like they're different. They're going different ways. Oh, Colin, the hours streamed are a piece of piss. You have to do 8 hours in 30 days. Well, I'm past 20 now. And it's been a week. So the hours streaming's not a problem. It's just the content. That's where I'm struggling. I can kind of see when the numbers get up to a certain thing, it kind of takes its own life on a little bit, and it might. 7 streams, 12 hours, 3 concurrent viewers. Yeah. So I'm nearly. I think this is stream 6. I'm nearly at 20 hours, and I think I'm at 2 point something concurrent viewers or views. Right, so that's done. Those 2 are done. So now we can move on to the brake lights. Once we get through this stage, it becomes a bit quicker because we're going to be getting the colours on. And it's only a 3 colour shell, so it will speed up a little bit. Also, I've been talking a lot. There's a sort of running theme here. I start talking bollocks and it just goes off. Boom. So I do like the fact that I don't seem to be lost for words very often. Yeah, it was over 2 something. So I was like, oh, so that means it's quite good then. That's cool. It's just finding that right thing, isn't it? Because the problem also I've got is that it's going to be the same old thing every time, and some people are going to get bored shitless of this. I must stop swearing. Sorry. Because my content's going to be pretty similar each time. It's going to be like, oh, he's doing that again. Well, yeah, it's body shells. Hi, Morn. So Morn is tuning in from South Africa, so that's pretty cool. I need to look up these. How do you pronounce? Is it Vale Joe? Hello, Matt. How are we? How is not so sunny Stoke? I am using, which is basically this stuff. Which is, have I got a sheet of it here to show you? Ah, I have. Right, I have a cutter, so I use this stuff. There's vinyl sheets, there's low tack vinyl sheets. I get this off eBay. If that's any use to you. If you just go onto eBay and look for low-tack masking sheets, and this is the one that I like the most. I've tried a few, and this one's sticky enough it works. And this is the last packet I've got. So I've got to see tomorrow if I can get some more. And you can do all sorts with it. I mean, that's my leopard print I use, and then obviously those are my bonnet grills, lights. Sorry, bees for my bonnets, so they're tiny. So I've got a mixture, and then these are just little ovals that I've manufactured myself on my cutter. Manufactured? That sounds posh. I cut them. It'd be quite cool when I get to do hopefully when I get to do another shelf for Jan Rosicki. Because last time I did shells for him, he shared my feed, and it's the biggest numbers I've ever had, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and literally I jumped to like 45 people following me. Well, just for that one. Because he shared my feed, and I was like, what the hell's happened? All these people started watching. And normally I had like 7 or 8 people watching on a good night, and it jumped to like 40 plus. That man's like a proper star of RC. Like, I don't understand how I paint for him. Well, Morn, if you get you on YouTube. If you've got YouTube, if you look for I listen to a group of YouTubers they're called Circle, and they do DJ sets all around the world. This set is in where is it? This is Artbat, and this is in Rio de Janeiro. So that's Brazil. So if you Google, sorry, not Google, if you go on YouTube and look for a group called Circle, CERCLE, and they do some pretty wicked sets from all around the world. And I've really enjoyed listening to their sets, because the DJ's different each time, but they have the same same production staff, and they just go around the world interviewing people afterwards, asking what they had for the dinner and stuff before they went on set. No, I use, if you'd watched a little bit sooner, if you watch back on Twitch afterwards, you'll see how I do the process for the lights. But I use a cutter, and it's called a silhouette portrait. And it basically just gives you a little program to cut and paste images from well-known sites in Google. And then you just put it through the cutter, and so basically you can go, if you just go onto Google, I just type in like black and white patterns, and you get these funky things. You get all these different patterns turn up. Oh, there you are. Look, you can see with my leopard print. All I did was I googled leopard print, and then you put it, you save it, put it into the cutter, make a cut program for it, and then it cuts it out. And that's my leopard print. But you get to scale it to different sizes, and you can do some really funky stuff with it. But you just got to sit there and learn how it's not. I mean, I'm not very computer illiterate, so it took me a while to figure it out. Oh, cool! If you're sharing the love, that's useful. Thank you, Mon. It's pretty cool that I'm being shared all over the place. So, South Africa, sweet. Well, you're an hour ahead, aren't you, in South Africa? Oh wow, it's late where you are then. Right, so this shell is blue at the back, red at the front, and then white in the middle. So I'm just trying to figure out what colour tail lights to go, brake lights. So, what colour am I going to do? So, I'll do red brake lights, or should I do orange? Orange is closest, because I'm being lazy. No, red's here. Right, I've got red. That's neon red. It looks orange on the camera. So, quick change of colour. So a little bit of reducer in with the white, free it up a little bit. And in theory, it'll fall back into there and be used again. So I'm just trying to be as tight as possible to try and make what paint I've got last as long as I can. Because you just wonder what's going to happen. As I said a couple of nights ago, my priorities got completely skew-whiff when we went into lockdown. Everyone was running around fighting for loo roll, and I was buying as much liquid mask as I could get. So I'm kind of running my stocks down of what colours I've got now, and I need to start buying some colours soon. So in theory, I can change my colours over, if that makes sense, because I haven't got like boxes and boxes of colours waiting to be used. Although I've got a nice supply. I've got a secret stash, I call it, indoors. Obviously, because the winters are quite cold, and leaving stuff out in the shed is not a good idea. So I take everything in the winter. You don't want your paint to get hit with frost, because it'll just turn it to toothpaste, and then it's just expensive bin juice. I've had it a couple of times where you go to use a paint and it's turned to jelly, or like a bad toothpaste. I'll happily paint for you, dude, no problem. This is where it becomes a pain in the arse, because you're changing colours all the time. So it's a case of I kind of leave the gun with the black alone, because that's black for me takes twice as long to clean between shades. So I'm only putting a bit of reducer in. But rather than just tipping it away, it kind of gives it an extra life. And it also just means you've got slightly thinner paint. I mean, the Hobbynox doesn't it doesn't hurt the Hobbynox having a bit of reducer in it. Some people have actually got quite a low opinion of Hobbynox. Mostly on the paint chat in America. So RC Paint Chat, that's a good place to go for advice. They know everyone knows tons on there. No matter what question you've got somebody that will answer it. Or if you look back through the messages, you'll see that it's been answered about 5 times. The thing I find slightly annoying is you get sort of, how do you do blah 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 blah? And it's like, that's been asked 1,000 times. If you just look, you will see. And all the UK, so not the UK, the best painters are on there as well. So you've got the City Design Painter, K-Paint from Ireland, and some very, very, very good American ones which aren't very well known. So there's all sorts of bits. The internet has made the world a small place, so you can't really... Ooh, Brazil. Hello, greetings to Brazil, hello. So the internet has made the world a small place, so... I had one customer that said, oh, can you do this for me? And he sent me some cool pictures, and I said, oh yeah, I can do that. And I said, oh, it is yours, isn't it? He goes, oh yeah. So I painted it for him, put it on the paint for him, and some dude from Portugal went absolutely ballistic at me. And I'm like, sorry, who? What? He went, oh, you've copied me. I was like, no, I haven't. Have I? It turns out that the dude had sort of borrowed a paint job off somebody from Portugal. And when I put it on the paint group, it got this bloke's knickers right in a twist, which is quite true. I'd asked the driver if it was his paint job, and he said to me it was, and he was lying. So, trusting customers, it's a very fine line. That's sweet. I've got so the last 2 comments. One's from South Africa and then one's from Brazil. Me jokingly always saying Basil worldwide headquarters, sorry, shed quarters, and it's actually true. Right, so now we're moving on to because obviously the darkest colour next, which is blue. So we're going to do a little bit of shading. Then we're going to do some flicky paint, because I really enjoyed doing that the other day. You have to be careful with when you spray liquid mask. It's a very fickle thing, and it doesn't like crevices. So, like here, I'm having to scrape out the bits that are left over because they've stuck to the shell. So the wing posts are normally the place where it does it. A bit there. So after a while, you know where to look, because you know there'll be bits of a craggy mask that you can't always get to easily. That's one. So we're going to do a light bit of shading, then some flicky black, and then some pearl blue. No, there's more to do to this. I like to think that's becoming quite clear now what's going on. Right, I won't do any shading here because it's going into there's a checkered flag that's going up the side of the shell, and if I do shading there, it'll go into the checkered flag and it'll make it look a bit rubbish. So I'm going to start at the next bit up. So the mask lift up slightly, and the paint's got. This is the beauty of a sharp pair of tweezers. Now you can just scrape the lines back so they're uniform again. So you can eliminate paint bleeds. Right, the super secret technique. Just turn away just slightly for a little bit while I do it. Right, you can turn around now. Obviously, this is the beauty of wearing gloves. But not picking stuff up, because you put it everywhere, so you've got to be careful what you... And then on to number 2. I only figured this technique out the other day. Because I was looking at someone's work and I was like, how the hell are they getting them really nice flicks? And I was like, oh, it's a flick. And I answered my own question. So then I was desperate to try it. And I think it's brilliant. It's loads of fun as well. It's a bit more visceral. It's like something more fun to do rather than... I was used to do it tried to do it with a paintbrush. And all that does is makes the fine dust dots. That's why I got loads of paintbrushes there. But now, just using my finger, I get a much more interesting splat pattern. done it again. I forgot to do the middle bit. You can always guarantee the roof section has always got the most mask on, so you can be the most aggressive with that. So as long as you know your cut lines are true, just pull away. It's fine. Right, just look away for a second, you know, just while I do this super secret bit again. Oh, wow, that's a good one. Whoa! Who would have thought it was something as so simple as that? I can't take any credit for the design. This is one that the painter, the owner of the shell, gave me, asked me to do my version. So yeah, it is a fun one to do. The best ones are always the ones with the best definition. So I did when I sort of figured stuff out, I was like, oh, I'm going to make everything look really complicated. It's not really the case. You don't really need to do that. So I do think people over complicate their work. So they could just go like they could tone it down a little bit, and it would look better. But you can't tell someone that, it's rude. I can generalise afterwards. Go like, well, that would do it better. The thing I don't get with these is that I personally think they're the wrong way round. I think they should be going backwards. So they showed that this should be the front of the shell. So I personally think they're the wrong way round, but that's what I've been asked to do, so that's what's going to happen.
This feeling that you're here. This feeling that we're close.
Hello from Twitch, Mad Jock. So is this another Scotsman, or it's just the same? There's another one, isn't there? That's something Mad Jock. It's just sort of running theme. Very stereotypical. Scottish are a bit nuts. But hello, by the way. Oh right, see, yeah, it's the pirate, Ian the pirate. That would have been a better name. Or is that already gone? I just got a Basil _brush. Airbrush. I feel left out now. I think maybe I should get a silly one. But then again, no one will be able to find me. Right, look away for a second. Whoa! Maybe I shouldn't do these weird noises. That looks pucker. So Ian, does it on Twitch? Does it look more? I mean the side of horse-drawn carriages up to buses and then to steam trains. Sorry, then through to. So since you were 17, so that's going back some, isn't it? No offence. What are you, late 40s? I'm trying to be polite. So the sound is better and the picture is better and it's exactly the same. Oh, you're only 2 years older than me. You've had a hard paper round. I'm 41, I think. Yeah, I'm 41. Now, the only problem with this flicky technique is that you get big blobs of paint and they might take a bit longer to dry. So if you're doing some detail and you're then going through that blob, the chances are that it will like erupt through the air pressure. So we're speeding up a bit now. We should be getting a bit more, some proper colour on the shell now. It's only 3 colours. So in theory, this should be done relatively quickly now. Oh, I've got a chance. Blimey, that finished quick. That's an hour. Is it an hour set?
We think that it's the best.
Jesus, hour and 20 minutes set.
Having like such kind of parties, like open air with
That went fast.
We have great time.
Yes, we like.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, what else can I find? Oh man, come on.
The vibe was crazy, I think.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Let's try something a bit better. See, I don't really like to play stuff off different that I've not played before, just in case it's very sweary. Oh, we'll try this. If there's lots of swearing, I apologise. I say it's a 2-year-old set, so it should be still relevant enough to listen to. I do like listening to dance sets. There's no flicker on the screen. Because when you put the white up against it, normally it starts to flick, doesn't it? So you're not getting that. That's good. And it sounds better. I'll just wait till I get the HD camera then. You're going to get my bald spot in a whole new, like... I've listened to a few Above and Beyond, and after a while, it's a bit similar. Not really. I'm listening now to a Dennis Salter set. So that's a man from your neck of the woods, as in Scotland. Although he's a bit of an odd fellow. You look at these sets and you're thinking, oh, the people dancing around, and you're going like, oh, that was before lockdown. When will it be like that again? So now you've got this really cool effect on the back of all the shells. So now we're going to put some... Where is it? That's solid blue, don't want that. Right, we want some pearl blue. So that's pearl blue, I promise. See how that it took a couple of goes before the rattle started, because that means the marble or top deck screws, which I normally use, they've got stuck in the bottom. So especially with the pearls, you have to make sure you have it really mixed up. Otherwise, you don't get the good effect. It'll all be in the bottom of the bottle. Right, so we've done the black. I don't really need the black now, can I? I'm going to do a bit of the shading in the red at the front. So I'm going to leave the white in a minute. Oh bugger, we'll get rid of the red, they'll get rid of the black. So this takes a bit longer to clean out. So a bit of reducer in there. I found that's the easiest way of getting it to shift. You can go anti-clockwise or clockwise, depending on which one you'd like to go. What are you going on about? I use 7mm airsoft pellets. I get 100 on eBay for about £5. What's that to do? You're talking like to make your splat effects. Sorry, Facebook, I'm talking to Twitch. Hopefully, I'd like the Facebook lot to move over to Twitch eventually, because I don't get in trouble with the copyright for music. That's kind of a big thing now. I didn't realise that was the thing, but that's like that appeals to me quite a lot, because I'm always getting messages from Facebook threatening to oh, I see, to put in the right. So I'll just carry on what I'm saying, and I'll get back on set. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, Facebook. I'm always getting in trouble with Facebook for music in the background. They don't seem to like the fact that I have music on because I'm listening to it, even though I pay for it myself, my own subscription, and blah blah blah. So I'm always getting cease and desist from them, and if it's too cranked up, they'll actually cut my feed. Apparently, Twitch, you can put as much music as you want on it. So from my point of view, that's really good, because I'm not going to get cut off. And if I do hit these magical numbers, which I severely doubt, that's why it's not why I'm doing it. I didn't even realise it was a thing. If I hit a certain number of people, subscriptions start, which basically means money. No, you don't give me money. You just tick a box on something and it gives me something from somewhere else, which I don't understand fully. Nothing's free, but for some reason this does look like it's free. But yeah, I don't know. It's very awkward to talk about it, because I didn't join Twitch to do this. To do that, sorry. I joined Twitch because I thought it'd be interesting. I didn't realise there was some sort of financial win, which I didn't realise it was there for. So, right, so go back to what you said, Ian. You use 7mm airsoft pellets, so you get 100 on eBay for about a £5, and you put them in the paint pot. Oh, that's cool. See, I use some of the paint comes with a marble in it, so all I do is I migrate it from one bottle to the next, as long as it's the same colour, or I use old top deck screws. That sounds like it's got a few in there. It gets into all the corners and it mixes it all lovely up and gives you a nice... I do love this blue. It's one of my favourite colours. Although I don't have a favourite colour, I love the pearl blue for the effect. It's a lovely deep colour. Right, mask on, because this stuff tastes horrible. Right, turn the PSI up a little bit. What I will do as well Now I'm assuming this will just get blown around the room. If I put it on lightly enough, oh my god, it's turning the room into a disco globe. I'm hoping to track it with the paint. Now that would have worked if I'd actually done the paint quick enough. I'm now just fucking covered in glitter. And you can't see any glitter. Whoop-de-doo. Because it's all over me now. I don't know if you can see the glitter on my fingers. That was a really stupid idea. Doesn't really work. There's one or two bits. Oh, it's on the outside. Bollocks. Right, so I'll let that dry for a second. Now if I do a light dust, right, now apply the glitter. And then, oh, it's not moving. Oh, bollocks, now paint. So, Morn, do you paint proper cars then? I find when I mix it in the paint, it just screws up the brush. Cool, race cars. So you're getting an idea now what the back end's going to look like. I've got this overwhelming I want to sketch my face, but I've got too much glitter on my hands. I'm going to look like a disco globe. I might as well do the last one. I've done the others. I've got to have a work in progress with this and try and figure this out a bit better. I can't say I'm ever a fan of it, and it normally screws my brush up, so that's why I thought I'll flick it on there, see if that'll do it. So kind of learning something. Try and learn something as a group. I'll just say you lot made me. It's not going to display very well. What's that doing? What's happening there? It's starting to jam. That's odd. I think there must have been some crap in the blue, and it's got stuck in the gun. So I might have to take the gun apart. Not now, but it needs a bit of love. Doesn't everything? Yeah, there's a couple of bits I can see them now. Well, gravity one's all I use, so yes. I think once you figure out how to clean the brush, I think gravity feed's the best one. Once you learn how to maintain it, it's then just learning how to do, like, I'd start off just doing solid colours to start with, and it's such a hard hobby. I can't I mean, like, I've been painting now for just over 7 years, and if it was easy, I'd have got bored, because you can, like, when you first start doing it, it's like, oh my god, this is like, it looks like a 3-year-old's done it. But you're like, it just gets, it gets you, and then you want to do it again, and you want to get better at it, and it really is an infuriating hobby, because it's so hard to. You wonder how some people do it, and you're like, oh my god, they make that look so easy. And you just pick stuff up, and you just learn things, and you get starters getting quicker is always useful, because obviously this thing takes bloody ages to do. So just learning to get a bit quicker with it is a bonus. Right, so this is going to have all sorts of different colours in the blue, because I'm going to hit it with some chrome and then some black. So mask back on, because I hate this chrome. Oh, got some paint. So wiggled the brush around, you see. Lucky that wasn't too lethal. Oh, split my glove. Sounds like a kettle. No, this needs a bit of investigating. It doesn't feel completely right, the gun. I think I've just got a bit of stuff in there, and it's. Doesn't it? It does. It sounds like a kettle. Well, I could do with a coffee right now. Oh, it's not even midnight yet. Blimey, that's good going for me. Oh, still dropping paint. This is like, just dropped like about £3 worth just doing that. Can you imagine putting that on the group on the paint chat? My airbrush sounds like a kettle. And they'll be like, nah, shut up. Right, I'm going to start doing something I shouldn't, which is put that back into there to try and make that chrome last longer. It does say on it, do not thin, but it seems to be alright, you just have to put it on a bit thinner. I'm hoping there's some magical bit of crap's going to come out. I'll give that a proper take apart and clean. Not now, because that was just too labour intensive now. See how the blue's got a slightly bit more of a shimmer now? There's literally no paint, there's literally nothing on there, it's just enough to cover it, so it won't have too much weight. It just adds a depth to the chrome. It's a much deeper colour, you can't really see, but that's a much deeper, richer colour. So you have to just sort of take my word for that. There we are, something just popped. As in the airbrush. So there is a block somewhere because that just cleared. It's like someone just turned the tap on. Look at that, huge difference. Just as it runs out of paint and arse. Right, so all that cleaning and then all of a sudden it clears itself. So I'm none the wiser to figure out what happened there, so that's a bit of a boo-boo. Should really have spent a bit of time with it. I always find with black you've got to clean it twice as well, super careful because it will ruin the next colour. You can't see, but my apron, hello, my apron's got glitter all over it. That's useful. I'm like a disco globe. Right, so next colour. So we're going to go for a bright red, he says, guessing. Right, now we're rocking. Well, that came off incredibly easy. I've had absolute nightmares with that stuff in the past. You will learn, if you get it slightly too thin, that could take you like an hour to peel off. It's not bad going. It's just gone midnight here and I've got 5 people watching. That's good. I know these are strange, odd times at the moment and people's routines are a bit mucked up. Well, I've got to be at work at 8. Right, so that is red. Trust me, it looks orange, but it's red. For some reason I've got some sort of dink in the, well, it's a, either the mask had slipped or something. It's got a slight hole in it, so it's got all the built up the red paint on it. Oh, it's gone now. You're now getting fingerprints over everything. Oh, Tim, you're at work. Oh, cool. What are you doing at work this time of night? You're a welder, aren't you? When's having welding done at midnight on a Sunday night? Unless you're working shifts to avoid each other, I suppose. But the neighbours love you. Oh, do you? You work nights? Cool, that's hard. All the best people are up there at late. Oh no, your dad's a welder. Sorry, oh yeah, I'm getting muddled, aren't I? So this is slowly coming together now. But trust me, this is red. It looks orange, it's red. So there's a bit of blue on the outside. So I had my fingerprint. So right, and so everything else now is white. Apart from the bits I just rubbed off where I've been leaning on it. Obviously the splitter gets cut down a bit yet, so it's not terribly important. So I'm just checking in the light to make sure that there's enough of a colour. It's bright enough for it. Right, so you don't want to hit this with too much heat. You want to sort of dry it slowly at the front. If you heat it too quickly, it dries and it cracks. obviously I don't want to dry it too quick and crack the paint. I obviously want to get to bed before it gets sunlight. Right, so now I've got the inner window pin. And I was thinking about what colour to do, and I did think white, and I think that's going to look too... Actually, which white? I'm not sure. Because this is going to be white, so it will come up the door frame, and then it'll do that. I don't know if I have to do that red or white, I'm not sure. I've got a couple more minutes to think about it. So this is a secondary window frame I put in, which I cut myself. But as in, there's no guide for it. I like it as a process. I actually like the effect now. It's something I've started to have done only recently. The new thing I add to my designs. I did think about doing these in chrome actually, but it's too late to do that because I don't want to. The chrome needs the black to back it. Sorry, back. It needs black to back. What am I asking for? You need to back the chrome with black, and I'm at the point now where I can't touch the shell with black until I've backed it and done all sorts, so I'm not going to use chrome, but I did consider it earlier. So I don't know if other people do it, but I don't do the bottom of the window frames on the passenger sides, on driver side and passenger side windows. I leave the bottom of the window frame clear, so there's no pinstripe down here. It's just the frame stops there and stops there and stops there, and then that's whatever colour it is there. And someone was like, "Oh, you've missed a bit." I was like, "No, I don't do that. I don't think it's necessary. It looks like it's been stuck on." So I don't do the window frame like that. That's just a personal choice. But they took great delight thinking they'd caught me out. So I've got some great followers. I'm going to use the red. I've thought about it, and I really should put my mask on there. It's got a face full. Silly boy. Good boy. Always remember to, if the door is, see this has got a very pronounced arch on the door, so always make sure you get the paint into the door arch. So otherwise when you go to spray it, it looks like you've got a slight change in colour. I'm not enjoying this music set, it's crap. That's better. Going back to one of my old favourite sets. Sorry, new old favourite sets, because I've listened to this tons. Right, now it's just a case of picking the white, and then we're done. Woo! I need to invent some stops so that I can, when I'm holding the shells up, Well, they keep sliding forwards, so I need some stoppers to stop them sliding too. Just probably some 2x1 or something, that would do it. Mental note. Right, now we're on to the fun bit. Well, not fun, but last bit.
All the food and drink that you've taken, through beginningless cemetery, till this present life, hasn't given you satisfaction or fulfillment. Eat therefore this food with concentration, fortunate. All the food and drink that you've taken, through beginningless cemetery, till this present life, hasn't given you satisfaction or fulfillment. Eat therefore this food with concentration, fortunate.
Yeah, there's a chrome. It is a bit much. It is. I understand. It is a lot to watch because it is. It's not exactly a quick process. This. I do like to show all the warts and all, though. Just while that dry, because it's got to cool down because it's way too hot now. It won't peel off at all when it's warm. So give it a minute or two. I just remembered I had this little bit that hadn't come out very easily. Up the door pillars on the TFS. Liquid mask is a bugger. I mean, if there's bits you want to you can watch it again later. It's not. It should. I don't know if Facebook will let me keep it now because it's over their magical 4-hour number. Well, I don't know if this one's 4 hours yet. You might, if you go to watch it on YouTube or Twitch. YouTube's probably the best to rewind it on. All the process is there. So I'll go to bed and when I wake up in the morning, they'll be like, how did you do this? How did you do that? It's like, well, look on YouTube now or look on Twitch or Facebook and you'll see the process and I haven't got to answer the questions anymore. So it does make life a little bit easier for me, because I do get a lot of questions, which I don't mind answering, but some people are more impatient than others. And a lot of the times I'm kind of winning it myself, so I don't know. They kind of expect me to know everything, and I'm like, I really don't know anything. It's just stuff I've figured out from stuff that I've ruined. Oh, nice one, thank you. Because once I get as I keep saying, once I get the better webcam, then YouTube will be probably a nicer place to watch from, because it'll be in HD. But I understand that a lot of my sort of traffic is from Facebook, so I need to keep a presence on first. Why? If you look in the corner of the screen, there's a thing called Restream, and I have to pay for this so that it links between the different accounts, and it's not cheap. For what it is, I didn't want to just sort of come off Facebook, because I've been on Facebook for so long. So this way, then it links it to Facebook as well. You don't want to go like, right, that's it, I'm too big for Facebook now, I'm going to leave it. Well, no, I've kind of learnt on Facebook, and a lot of my friends have found me through Facebook. So I want to keep a presence on it, and I am quite a heavy Facebook user anyway, in normal day-to-day. You might have noticed I post a lot. I'm one of them self-aware ones that knows he's annoying, but does it anyway. I don't see the point of having social media. I mean, take my brother for instance. Oh, it's his birthday now. He finds Facebook annoying, whereas I find it amusing that he finds it annoying. And I'm like, well, what's the point of being on social media if you're not social? So I post lots of stuff. You get some of these ones that oh, I'm on Facebook, but I don't post anything. I was like, well, what are you doing on it then? Like one of them creepy ones in a nightclub, they'll be in the corner of the room. I'm here, but I'm not doing anything. So I'm here, I'm annoying. Hello. Yay, that's all that done. Right, now it's just the white. I amuse myself daily through social media. I find it entertaining, and I've got a couple of people on Facebook, and they probably think of me in the same light, that they're annoying. Did you ever used to watch? I don't know if Big Brother was in South Africa. This is a very loosely. I will get to a point in a minute. There's a TV series in the 2000s called Big Brother, and the idea was they had all these people in and they never got on, and they filmed it. Well, I always found it very entertaining when they had the oddballs in there who very quickly got booted out each week, and eventually you'd have like quite a normal house and it would be very boring. So I've got a couple of people that annoy the shit out of me, but I've still got them as friends on here because their posts give me something to critique. That's the right word. So like, I'm friends with people that normally I would have binned off ages ago, but their Facebook, their what's the word? Their social use amuses me greatly. So, and I'm sure I annoy the piss out of people, but there's some people that I just would have binned off ages ago, but their posts amuse me, or I guess they annoy me and then they amuse me. Cool. Right, they're ready for some white. Whoop, whoop. Now, see, Tim, you remember though, don't you? There was a outside my shop, the end of my road, someone used to do busking. Hello, Rodrigo. And this dude, once a week on a Thursday, would be there, completely kitted up in his kilt, making a fucking racket. And I called him bagpipe wanker. So what time is it, Rodrigo? Whereabouts are you? Bear in mind it's 10 to 1 in the morning here in the UK. I thought, is it California? Or am I might be getting muddled up with somebody else. Ah, it's Portugal, sorry, yeah. I'm trying to show the points and then obviously still got the permanent marker on and the overspray. You see how it's starting to make the screen flicker now? It means it's bright. So this one, I noticed there's a bit I hadn't picked out, so I thought I'd do a little bit of patchwork, which was that. So a bit more red. That's better. So there is an element of like, wow, should I really be doing this reveal? Because like, if it's a bit screwed up, everyone sees it, but it seems to have gone alright. Obviously I'm no thinking violet, otherwise I wouldn't be on here, but see you later, dudes. So money shot and they go. Right, so in theory, that is finished. I do like how clean these look. When you think about it, it's really just red, blue, white, and a bit of checkered. You saw how easy the checkered is to do, it's just a bit time consuming, that's all. So you can break a shell up really nicely with a bit of checkered, and because he'd pre-mounted the shell, I got to draw the design around them, so I know that I've got them absolutely nailed. Thank you, Rodrigo. So I shall put some pictures up on them in a minute on the paint chat, the UK, the American paint chat that I'm a member of. But other than that, I'm just making sure I've got every little bit. That's why I'm just going around and cleaning it. So it's a good way of knowing if you've missed anything. Just to give it a once over and just to see if there's a little bit of mask or something that you haven't remembered to peel out. It seems to be all right. I really like that. I think that looks really nice and sharp. I think, oh, Mon, that's way too... I mean, where do I go from there? 10 out of 10? Come on. 11? No. I think if you start giving 10s out, then I can only go down. I've got another... Thank you, Stefan. I have got another... How many more shells have I got to do this week? I've got 2. I've got at least another 5 to do this week. So I should be back on again to annoy you all. But thank you all very much for watching. Good night, good morning, good evening. Thank you. And thank you all very much for your very kind words. I'll be on to annoy you later. Bye-bye.